Right, let's see if we've got all the tech working. I'm probably going to keep headbutting that, so we know. Got my neck support on. I may take this on and off from time to time because if I get too much backache from trying to lean forward, I'll take it off. But ultimately, it's to help this side of my neck. Don't worry, it's just correcting some issues going on within my neck. Nothing life-threatening that I'm aware of currently. Right, so we're going to be carrying on with this guy who is absolutely brutal on my brushes. I've lost 2 brushes to this guy now. I was going to go on with the wood elf and the others, but you know we only managed to really base coat him last stream because he's such a pain. What? Okay, so just going to put this in edit mode. So I'm sorry if this changes screen momentarily. Studio mode. That right. I can see what it's doing now. So yeah, we only managed to base coat him yesterday. So we're going to try and do a bit more base coating to build him up a bit and and get started with layers. That's the hope. So let's get him off his blue tack base. Okay, so we are multi-streaming again today. So we're on the YouTube. Yeah. It is a posture issue, although we actually suspect it was caused by an injury that happened to my shoulder first. This is a mask hanging off my face, so if I deal with smelly what's-its, I can just go dump and go, you know, ninja style. Get that off because we will be trying to paint his base at some point. So we don't really want blue tack blocking the paint. I may fade in and out because I am using this. Just on the grounds that my voice is also affected by what's going on in my neck. It's causing my neck to constrict down this side, which does affect my voice. So we shall see how it goes. I will probably still be singing along badly to unused tunes. Is that a purple? It's a red wash. We don't need washes yet. We need greys, oranges, glue that keeps his sword on. What's lead belcher? Lead belcher for his sword.
I will send you to Jesus.
Red for his cloak. More red for his cloak. Oranges. Actually, I need an orange wash or some of it. Smelly red wash. Oof, this hurts. The purple wash and the purple. No, I have got to do this. I have got to defeat my shoulder. He said I've got to use it as normally as possible while wearing the brace. So
I'll get the sword out, cut it off, and put a new one on.
I just need a whole new body replacement at this point, Ojin. The other purple, which isn't the purple I'm looking for. I'm actually looking for the dark grey where I wanted it. That's Nuln Oil. We might need Nuln Oil at some point. This is the unopened one though, so we don't need that. We can go over there. Right. Warplock Bronze, we'll need that. I'm not sure if I need Gehenna's Gold. Anyway, where is that dark grey? Right, I'll just mix a dark grey. Okay. White wash. Blue black. There it is. So we've got a blue black. And somewhere over here is the primer. Ow. Okay. So I've gone and strained my arm. And then we've got this. Now, excuse me while I move this because we don't want me pressing this. Right. Sorry, spiders. I didn't mean to destroy your web. Okay, so music. Where did I put it? Here we go. Right. So, for those of you that want to preview some of the music we've got, just type in !music. That's what I was testing when you saw me do the Patreon. The shop was, are my new commands working? If those two were working, which were already pressable, then yeah, everything else is working. So hydrate. And now we paint. Now I'm just going to make sure that this is the right way around. So that's my right hand. That's my left hand. Good, right. Because yesterday it was all flip side up the wrong way around. So music should be playing now. Grimsy, if you want me to do you an unedited, because these are still unedited raw versions at the moment on my playlist. Grimsy, if you want me to knock you up a playlist of the Lonewolf Clan stuff that as of yet not uploaded to our SoundCloud and YouTube, let me know and I will send them over. But we'll do that after stream. I am working on some chill tunes as well, so we've got some orchestral ones and some, what do they actually call it? Instrumentals, that's it. Oh, really? I've been here 5 minutes, Nostrils. 5 minutes! I swear there's something around my computer.
That's what you want, isn't it? To be mine. Forever.
Are we forgetting I'm ambidextrous?
So you've got one right hand and a second right hand.
Are you saying I'm always right?
That you never wrong. I'll let you answer that.
I'm sorry, he just walked into a joke up there. Apparently, as I just reminded him, I'm ambidextrous. I can actually use my left hand for a lot of things you'd use a right hand for, although I generally favour my right, I will admit. And he just said, no, you've just got one right hand and another right hand. So, the joke has always been when someone walks up and says to me, are you alright? And I go, no, I'm half left. He's just walked into this joke and I've just said, you've just told me I'm always right. Okay, so if you are watching me on YouTube and Twitch, the links to donate to Gosh are at the top of the chats. They are pinned. On Twitch, you have the added option of donating instead of subscribing to me. I would much rather you donate to charity than donate to me. But if you want to support me, do it through Patreon, please, people. Don't use the platforms to do it. I have finally got a lot of that stuff sorted. Finally. But I now need to earn a minimum of £200 a month before I can even declare it properly. If anything, Grimsy, it's going to make me worse. Pain makes me very darkly sarcastic, as well as a little snappy. So I do apologise if I do take some things the wrong way today, folks, and end up being a little snippy. I am actually in a lot more pain than I'm showing.
What the hell?
Which reminds me, I haven't taken them today. So, excuse me, I have to close this one for the sake of YouTube because they don't like us taking any form of substances on YouTube. So give me a moment while I just pop my painkillers and then I will be right back. I am still here though, I'm just doing it off screen. So, for reference, it is just ibuprofen that I'm allowed to take. But I'm just not allowed to take it on screen. And the time is 3 o'clock. Well, we'll call it 3:15. So in 4 hours' time, I'll be allowed more painkillers if they're needed. But hopefully I won't need them. Right, there. Medication taken. Ugh. Right, so I was mixing a dark grey. I remember what I was doing now. Ugh. I'm so glad the pain doesn't affect your wit. I have Viking wit. Pain makes me worse. Far, far worse. Now people keep asking me what this is. Now I've showed it on a couple of channels that have asked. Mike Moans is one of them. It is just a little USB cap. And I can take it apart because nothing's blue. And I have a broken part of an old safety pin. Okay? And then what I've done is I've made a hole for one side. But now it doesn't want to come out the other. Look. basically, doesn't really matter if it makes another hole. All I use this for is poking dropper bottles, which is quite often. And believe it or not, this is actually my tool for painting in pupils on eyes. So I paint the whites of the eyes in, and then when I've finished doing the skin and everything, I put a little tiny bit of black paint on that needle spike there on the end. I'm being careful not to poke myself. And then I just poke the eyes into place. And that little handle there from the USB cap gives you that steady hand. Now I have to clean this. This is where these come in. Oop, nice and clean again now. Right, now maybe I can get this blue-black to go on here. Is there even a... Do I need to pop the top of this one? Sculpting tool that has many uses. You do have to be careful with this thing though, because it is like a small spear. Come on, pop the top, it's going to get messy. Because I know my luck with paint pots. Let's cut this off before it becomes a mess. Apparently I didn't seal the bottle correctly. A little bit of paint thinner in there. And of course, the running paint joke. And I still haven't done a redeem for this. Sorry folks, I deleted it after I ran out of them last time. The paint agitator joke. This is why I paint my nails. I can't even hear the paint agitator in there. I feel it though. Now hopefully we can have some paint onto my wet palette. There we go. The paint had become just a little bit too thick. A little bit of primer because that makes for a good base when I'm not wearing it. I need a drop of that. Brush for horrible jobs because I don't want to use a good brush. This model has broken 2 brushes so far. I'm about to use my last one on it. Actually, I had to retire a brush last stream. Very rare for me to retire brushes. So now we've got a nice blue black grey. Horrible jobs washed off. Apparently not washed off. Why aren't you washed off? You went through 2 rinses. Alright, and for those of you that might use Kolinsky brushes, and I do have one around here somewhere, the old sable on them is no longer the same sort of quality. No, I say no, the sable's the same, the tail of a sable fur that they get from brushing them. I know you're here, you're one of my fine brushes. It's a boot. And these brushes are semi-retired in this thing, that's why they're not exactly well cared for. But the ones that aren't retired tend to retain these little taps on. Now, I know you're a little fluffy. It's a funny looking brush. I got from one of my sketches. How did that get in here? No, you're a Citadel brush. You're also a Citadel brush. Both retired brushes because you're all over the place. So I'll put it on that one which still has a tip. I see, I recognise it because it is a black version of these wolf brushes. So see how most of my brushes have those little triangular
Which I got
things
for you,
on.
because you said you want a
That,
better
detail,
hand.
that is the detail brush. Where's that one's cap gone?
You keep losing them.
The cap fell off my detail brush.
Or in the glass. Somewhere.
It is, I can see it from here. Right, so before we start painting, I apparently need to sort out my tool glass. Again. Right, so let's get the files out. And other sharp implements out. Right. How? How is that even physically? How? There are things in here that I have no idea how they've gotten in. Keep them off. So there's 2 hairbands. And those are the plastic things I've been looking for. Oh. I didn't mean to drop everybody. There's the Kalinsky. And I saw another one drop. Put the Kalinsky in my gob. How not to sort your glass out, folks. Still trying to work out how they got in there. Hang them there. I found all my missing little bits. Apparently some broken bits of plastic at the bottom. Not quite sure how that's gotten in there. So yeah, here's a Kalinsky brush. Now this particular brush, before I clean up the mess on here, I've had since 2011. And as you can see, oh, well, you might not be able to see, it's still got a very fine detailed point on it. This one is one of my most used detail brushes. Now for those asking how I've done that, I've actually let tiny little bits of paint dry and settle around the base because this is acting as a glue to it. The new Kalinskys, unfortunately, they're not using the same high quality glue they used to. Now, I'm pretty sure even if I didn't do that with the paint, I'd have probably lost this brush a while ago. But one thing I have learnt with using Kalinsky is do not use alcohol with them. The sable loses its snap and splays because the alcohol slowly damages the hair, because it is real hair, not nylon. With nylon brushes, yes, use alcohol, but with any real hair brush, do not. So with the horse hairs, the sables and all the other actual hair types, do not use alcohol. Use what is already black, soapy water. Treat it like you would treat your hair with conditioner. Obviously without the conditioner, because then that makes it too soft. But still, soapy water is better than alcohol for real hair brushes. Right, so let's get these tools sorted. In fact, I'm going to take these and I'm going to remove them from the glass, because I am actually at the point where I am incredibly fed up with trying to find them in my little glass. It's long overdue time they lived in the box. It apparently has lumps of my hair in somehow. How? I haven't even brushed my hair in here today. Right. And here, as you can see, bits and pieces of random things, including a lot of retired brushes. So they shall live there. I will need them, so the box will now live next to me. I'm going to take these. We're going to put them on the other side of my mouth so I don't lose them again today. You watch, I'll lose them again today anyway. Put those brushes to one side, put the wet palette to one side. I'll pull these paints and the model off of this mat, since I need to vacuum in here anyway. Bits gone. Bits be gone. Alright, so yesterday we were working on him and these. Today's projects will continue to be him and these, because I would like these cloaks finished so we can finish the project from the last 4 streams. Ooh, you stand up straight. Stop it. Alright. You're supposed to be soldier cloaks. Stand to attention. Right. Now then. Try and get some painting done. Do remember, folks, I am streaming for Gosh. Please do donate to Gosh if you can. If you can't donate money, please donate some time and just simply share the link. You would be helping a lot. And if you are a fellow Gosh member, please pipe up and put shout out. You can just say, "Hi, I'm such and such, here's my link." So anyone from the Gosh team, so if you're on Team Gosh, you may shout yourselves out on my channels. And Grimsy can shout himself out by default because he's Grimsy. Right, there's his sword, which won't stay glued on, which is infuriating me. I've got to find a way to make this stick. We've tried green stuff, we've tried very strong super glue, we've tried contact glue, we've tried plastic glue. Plastic glue lasted even less time. The only thing I haven't tried at this point is epoxy resin. My special tool, I need to get with the other glue. Now, none of you are what's it, so you can all go back in the glass. Right. They're thinking, I can't see. Why can't I see properly? Because I haven't turned my light on. Ooh, which one's that? Oh, Heroes of Valhalla. Yeah, no. Okay, we're removing that from the list. Go away. That one actually does annoy my ears. Ah. Now this is my favourite, not just because I wrote it, just because of who it's about. I adore Loki of the Norse gods, and I am talking non-MCU version. Although I do like the MCU version as well, but I adore the real one. He has such an interesting story. I should really say they, seeing as Loki's actually gender fluid. They have such an interesting story. Oh no, hang on. It has. It skipped the Loki's remix and it's gone to the Lonewolf clan saga. This is the one that Grimsy inspired. There is one of Odin's on here today. He made it yesterday. Remember when he was discouraging me with laughing and stuff? Well, that's what he was doing. That and watching Scrubs. Where is my glue? There it is. Where is my drill? I literally just saw my drill. Is this gonna be... No. I was hoping to pin it, but... It's too thin for drilling. I was hoping to be able to put a small stick in there and then actually get it in place. So what I'll do then is when we're done with him today, we'll glue that back on and hopefully that'll stay on. So, oh, have I got a red wash? I have got a red wash up here. Oh boy. Here we go. If I can get the elastic over my ear. The reason being is this absolutely stinks, and the mask I am wearing actually has a carbon filter in it. Gets rid of the smell. For me, not for Origin.
New follower!
Who's that? Model Kitsune? Oh my goodness, please teach me to say that name. I don't want the thin layer at this stage. He wants it to follow a similar law to that of Lehman Russ's sword, where it turns red and black hills. I've done some colour shift patterning underneath.
Smile, so wild and free, chaos from his mystery, laughing loud. He spins the wheel, tricks and jokes. His grand
Thinking it doesn't look fixed or anything. The sword out of the way for the day. Now, I suppose that's one thing. Right then, let's have a look, see at this. Where else have we got to get in properly?
In the shadows he sneaks, crafty plans, little tricks, glints in his eye, sly grin, starts the chaos, let's begin.
Grims? Remind me to add the shortcuts I added to the Lonewolf clan to mine, so you can just type your name in. Loath to use my good brushes on this mini. You've destroyed so many of my brushes so far. Step up, she seems. It is. That flips that lid as well. That's better. No longer Swiss cheese at the top. I'm referring to the cheese with holes in. I'm not sure what this camera is up to today. Let's move over here. So I'm actually in the middle of my desk now, properly. I think you're right, Origin. I do need to do some 40k inspired tunes. I'm just gonna have to wait till I get my monthly allotment of points through. Because I can do the lyrics. But find an artist to sing my song? No, need AI for that. I don't have the money to pay a human being yet. If I ever do though, I will. He's one that was once one, but is now extinct. You're 0 that's become a 2, you're good. Alright. Don't let my wet palette confuse you. It is not black. It is dark grey.
Just a mess.
I'm actually going to move it here because constantly moving my shoulder over there is painful. It'll actually encourage me to sit on this side of the... if I don't paint my own mouth, it'll encourage me to sit here. Okay, oh yes, another thing, people, remember that the toys I give you on my stream are free. You just need to accumulate channel points. So my stream stickers, sound alerts, blurps, that kind of thing, they are free for you to use. Just use channel points. Because I like my viewers to be able to interact with me in as many possible ways as they
On
possibly
your
Because if I follow
knees,
and I hang out
darling.
with you occasionally, you will know I am usually your channel troll if I'm not your admin, and if I am your admin, I'm the lead troll. Also, if he's watching, because I don't know if he's still lurking, can we wish random name for promo? Yes, that is his name. Random name for promo well, please, because he's going through a bit of a rough time.
In the longhouses of gaming, or come share our name.
join the crew. We are shield maidens and berserkers, living for the game, oh feel the flame. Sons of fire and daughters of ice, in the longhouses of gaming, oh come share our name, the Lone Wolf Clan. In our hearts the echoes linger, of battles won and legends grand. Write your name and be remembered. Join the saga, take a stand.
Loki's got a plan tonight. With Kiri by his side.
This is the one I was talking about earlier. Loki's got a plan.
God, they take flight. Form a clan in the moonlight.
Another Lonewolf Clan Saga one. The beginning.
Together they can do no
How it was Loki that inspired the chaos that would inspire the humans to form the clan.
Lone Wolf Clan where they belong.
Obviously, we need the wolf for our Lone Wolf Clan motive, so we picked out Kiri.
Outsiders, but we're on the run. Lone Wolf Clan, we've just begun.
Because we don't want it being Fenrir. As cool as Fenrir is, the poor guy doomed to bad luck.
Secrets whispered in the air.
Kiri at least survives Ragnarok.
Loki's eyes, they always glare. Kiri's growl without a care. Strength and cunning make the pair. Underneath the stars so bright, they move silent through the night. No more hiding, no more fight. In the shadows, out of sight. Lone Wolf Clan, we stand as one. In the night to the rising sun. Outsiders, but we're on the run. Lone Wolf Clan, we've just begun. In the night till the rising sun. Outsiders, but we're on the run. Lone Wolf Clan, we've just begun. Secrets whispered in the air. Loki's eyes, they always glare. Kiri's growl without a care. Strength and cunning make the pair. Underneath the stars so bright, they move silent through the night. No more silent through the
thing that I've forgotten to mention today. The music I am playing is copyright and royalty free. I own the rights to it. So we have set up a social movement for our music. So if you type in !music, it will bring up the Lonewolf Clan music links. I think I'll put them both on here. If not, I just put the YouTube one up. The YouTube one does also take you to the SoundCloud. It's on the About tab there. You can use these in your stream or videos or other content that you create for social media. All we ask is that you credit us and keep it social. So if you make any fan renditions or you discover an instrumental that you think could have had lyrics and you make lyrics to it, we ask only that you claim the lyrics, not the whole art thing, because we would like to keep it in the spirit in which we're sharing it with you. We want to keep it social so it's accessible and free to everyone else as well. I am also open to requests, so I can try and make different genres for people. I'm in the process at the moment of making a chill zone. Yes, exactly, Grimsy, exactly. You will often see Grimsy and Ojin credited. So that's another thing. Always check our videos for the credits, because I'll tell you if we've used someone that's not an AI artist, because we do use Sun Emotions. We paid for her content. We ask that you do the same and support her. Don't just take our videos and remix them. By all means, you know, if you need the original soundtrack or whatever, by all means, drop me an DM. You know, I will share it with people. We have got some of them up on SoundCloud for people to download. You should be able to download them from YouTube as well. But please keep it social and please credit us. Credit us. That's literally all we're asking. Credit us so people can find us and keep it social so others can use it. This is when Lucky lets his hair down. Lets their hair down. Yeah, see, you're doing the same. Yeah. I don't know what to call Loki today. Is Loki a he? A she? A horse? A bird? A finch? I don't know.
Gamers, do you know what that's worth? Lone Wolf Clan, the best on earth. Join the chat, laugh with mirth. Lone Wolf Clan, home rebirth. Viewers come, they never stray. In our clan, they'll always stay. Even when games like relay, in our hearts, they find a way. Ooh, Wolf is a clan on earth. Gaming first, it has great
Indeed.
worth.
Loki is Loki.
They'll chat with me, 'cause they know
The god of mischief and chaos. And riddles and games. And blacksmiths.
Discord calls were just beginning. Understanding games we're winning. Streaming love, no more sinning. In this clan forever green. Games we play, deep connections. Lost in virtual reflections. From dusk till dawn we
Oh, this is your parody, isn't it,
gaming's the
Grimmy?
only direction.
Grimsy wrote this one.
Clan unites. Day and night the screen ignites. With our friends
It's a parody of Ooh, Heaven is a Place on Earth, but the AI decided otherwise.
pride the clan unites. Day and night the screen ignites. With our source of delight.
Armor primed up properly, primed up, shaded up properly. Make a brush now. Yeah, it grew on me after about the second playthrough, which is why I kept it. Here's the other one. I did try. It wasn't having any of it. Yes, Brush, I know that this is the mini that made you splay. It stops playing.
Our source of delight. Lonewolf is a clan on Earth. Gaming first, it has great worth. Lost on stream, they'll chat with me, cause they know it's meant to be. Discord calls, we're just beginning. Understanding games, we're winning. Streaming love, no more sinning. In this clan, forever grinning. Games we play, deep connections, lost in virtual reflections. From dusk till dawn, we have affection. Gaming's our only direction. Lone Wolf pride, the clan unites. Day and night, the screen ignites. With our friends, we reach new heights. Gaming's our source of delights.
Of course you're watching Charmed. You're always watching Charmed. And I don't, you know, diss that taste of things. I used to love Charmed. I especially loved the episodes with Death, Simon Templeton. Been a fan of Templeton since Legacy of Kain. He was Kain. I'll have to get that working at some point so I can do a retro game. So people can understand the love of Soul Reaver and Blood Omen and Defiance that I have.
Our source of delights. Gaming's our only direction. Lonewolf is a clan on Earth. Gaming first.
Ooh, that changed suddenly. Oh yes, this is the one that didn't make the cut because instead of saying with Hunt's complete, sorry, Chains Broken and Hunt's complete destiny, their destiny calls forth Ragnarok, it goes density. We'll hear it in a minute, it's coming up. See? There's no reason it should have said density either. It can say destiny, it just chose not to. See, it can say destiny. It says it perfectly fine during the chorus. This is the one me and you have got to learn to sing, Grimsy. Probably shouldn't consider my voice as hard at the moment. Right, things I'm not actually allowed to sing properly at the moment because my voice won't let me. Let's just sing badly because we can. Hi, Ojin, how are you? Ojin, how are you? He's ignoring me. My own mod is ignoring me. And he's sitting immediately to my right. And he wonders why I get cross at him. I'll just throw his dinner at him later, no. He won't get to eat it, he'll be wearing it. And for YouTube's benefit and the oversensitivity benefits, I am being ironically sarcastic. Not literal. It's this thing called dark humour. Those of you on the early half of the millennials, and certainly Gen Z, need to learn this fact. I don't have time for dealing with snowflakey feelings. Hey Jag, how am I doing? Surviving. And trying to paint and do the prawn with this thing. Yes, that is exactly what's going to happen. I'll put the sofa outside and tell him he can sleep on it.
Carry warriors to the deeps. Valhalla waits the brave. In its halls the heroes save. Take me to the
It has helped a bit, yes, Jag, but it's hurting the back of my neck when I want to lean forward. But then again, that's the point of it. It's forcing my neck to correct itself so that the muscles heal. Yes, it was definitely jokes for empaths to chuckle at, Grimsy. Yes. Only an empath would probably get my dark humour anyway. Well, yeah, I don't have time to deal with snowflake feelings. I don't. I'm too busy processing too many other feelings. I don't have time to deal with people that are looking to be offended. For me to feel sorry for you in the corner over there. I'm not going to feel sorry at your lost games. That's my revenge for ignoring me. So, what's everyone up to? What are you working on? What are you doing? And how are your days? Which one you answer is up to you.
Searching for his love, his cherished light. In the darkest hour he'll fight. Battling storms and facing
I'm doing some Lego tonight. Tonight is now for me, by the way. Oh, right, yeah, you're opposite time zone to me, aren't you? So you're Australia, if I remember, Jack?
oh, his heart beats strong and true.
Correct me if I'm wrong, by all means. Often need some geography lessons to brush up my mind. Yeah, Oz. The land of everything that is trying to eat you, including the plants.
Oh, the fires, he finds her there in the ashes, love's repair.
Went to see Dracula earlier, so just chilling now. Oh, nice! Is that the new one that's come out, or Dracula Retold?
The world ignites in her love, eternal light. Gaia breathes from sacrifice. From the darkness comes the bright. Oh, his heart beats strong and true for a love that he once knew.
Oh, speaking of which, that Dracula, the one I had to see last week. Yeah, okay, I'm with you now. The one that steals your blood. Right.
Through the fires, he finds her there.
his love's repair. With a whisper, a secret prayer, he gives all for her to care. As he fades, the world ignites in her love eternal lights. Gaia breathes from sacrifice. From the darkness comes the bright. All his heart beats sounding true.
I need to mix some more of my grey black.
That he once knew. In the wasteland, hope rises new. She'll revive the world she knew.
1 dot of primer, which is Panzer Grey primer. Ta-da! I can get it in camera. I can never quite get that right. And the autofocus is definitely not working. Thought I fixed that too. And a dot of blue black from Vallejo, if it wants to come out. Let's see. What is with this one today? I'm not putting more paint thinner in. You won't have any paint left. You'll just be paint thinner. Right. Horrible brush. Right, brush for horrible jobs. Where did you go? There you are. Some water. Bring it out a little bit.
True for a love that he once knew. In the wasteland, hope rises new.
Yeah, so we are hearing the raw, unedited versions of our music. Because I don't have a keyboard next to me. Anybody, somebody, can you type in !music? I want to see if the links are working. Everyone should be able to do it. I put it to pretty much everybody, viewers. Thank you. It is on a 60-second timer, so a 1 minute timer. So it should cool down and then let you post again after a minute. So if any of you have D&D tales that you would like remembering in funny bardic music, do let me know. I'll be quite happy to put them into bardic tales for you for our channel. It doesn't have to be limited to, you know, D&D, but, you know, the tabletop adventure type game like Pathfinder, Dungeons and Dragons, Ravenloft, any of them. As long as they're not too adult themed. Although you could tell me the adult theme and I'll find the fluffy version. Or a way to tell it in fluffy version. This version of R.A.'s Lily Calladine from the one shot that turned into a 16-year campaign is most certainly the quarterized version of their story. Then that can only be a good one. Yeah, it turned into quite a long one shot. I've had a few campaigns that have done that. We start them off as one shots and they just keep going. We're still not quite sure how it happens yet. And then the campaigns we set up last a week. One shots last year's, campaigns last a week. And the only difference between the two is generally dice rolls. Because I plan out a campaign, but I don't plan how it's going to go. In fact, during the first 5 minutes of a campaign, the dice rolls determine that everything goes in the bin. With a one-shot, I don't plan. Maybe that's the difference. We just wing it and see what happens. Oh, and I throw most of the rules to the bins usually in one-shots as well, so maybe that's also another thing. See, Grimsy? I've done nice instrumentals for you to do work, your art to. I've just got to publish them. Which I will do later next week. I'm still editing them at the moment. Farah does. Yeah, I know Farah does D&D. I may not say much, but I'm quite often lurking on this channel. Because unfortunately, me and Farah actually tend to stream at the same time. So it's a bit difficult to interact on this channel while I'm streaming. But I do support lurking. I can support lurking Mike if he hasn't raided us out somewhere. Has Mike raided us anywhere yet? It seems around the time that he'd normally be thinking about his dinner. Oh, we're over at Griffin, are we? Okay, there we are. Now I'm support lurking Griffin. There we are. Griffin's a cool guy also. I end up in some very interesting places when I get auto lurked out. Yes, that's what they call it. When you're lurking, you support lurking, and then you get raided out. You end up in some very interesting places.
You're the last one. Complete the mission.
Okay. I really do need to make this a proper reading. There's my balls. We're now playing with my balls. Hydrate. Are we all happy now?
So deep in darkened earth, branches stretch to sky's rebirth, whisper tales of ancient lore from the tree of worlds and more.
Right, so we will do the last one, finish the mission as shows your balls for now, okay? Until... Wow! How far back am I on my own stream on YouTube? Just wow! Thank you very much. Right, there. I really do need to amend my raid. It says latest raid, Mike Moans. It's actually the highest raid, so it's supposed to say top raider, and it says release latest raid. My latest raid was actually a raid of 4. And it was from a different mine. Ojin doesn't have a drink at the moment, and I'm not letting him share mine. I'm cut presenting just because of things like thrush and other nasties people can have. I don't want him getting any of my nasties that I may or may not have that I don't know about right now. Right, so we've done all of his black. What colour are we doing now? Probably his hair. Where are the fox orangey bits? Ah, there we are. Should be blood red? Yes, it is. Brilliant. Yes, Ojin, we were playing with balls again. I thought you knew we don't have responsible adults in the house anymore. What, about responsible adults? Oh, I know we don't have any here. I refuse to do the adulting thing unless I have to. Life's too short to be adulting all the time. Actually, I need a spot of orange in that. I believe the orange could use some paint thinner. Yep, the orange could definitely use some paint thinner and stop painting my fingers. No, that was the black. Motion of shaking with my right hand hurts. I know it does it good to do normal things that I do. That's a lot of orange.
Too much.
Oh wow, now the orange is not stopping coming out. We need to... Put that to one side for drying now. Oh, the job's come back here. Let's see if we need to add more red to this now. She's almost about right for auburn hair. It's an okay base coat. I can highlight up from that. That's all right. More than I'd have liked to use for his hair. Okay, can you tell your hairs to stop trying to attach themselves to this model? tricky now to get at this difficult part while using the wing, gapping the wings to see his hair. This is actually Ojin's D&D character, Anders, in
Which
his
is in the song.
Death Knight incarnation, I believe, before he gets turned vampire. He's no longer a pog coin on the on the board being moved around. Tiny bit of Tales Arise. This combat and the UI is so different. Yes, I did say so. It's a flood. What's a flood? Hang on. My goodness. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. That's a lot of bots. Luna, please make sure you behave. We have to try and stay PG-13 because YouTube. Exclamation mark YouTube if anyone wants the link to that one. Oh! Yeah, it really is. Not as bad as I've had it though. You've missed it when I did green once. I put a tiny bit of heavy green on here. And I came back and I just suddenly had pea soup. It was no longer a wet palette, it was pea soup. Yeah. It's usually a sign I've put too much thinner in the paint, or in the case of the orange, it was just... It's like I'd released the pressure, it was like, oh, freedom! And went William Wallace on me. Anywhere else has got hair? No. Where's your row? Put you back in now. I've got an army painter wet palette. They're actually much easier to manage than most wet palettes. I'm not going to say any.
We've got two.
We accidentally got two from Amazon. Don't be too fast to get rid of the paper sheets they come with. That's these. Although paint does dry on them, hot water will remove most paint, so you can keep them going for absolutely ages. This is possibly only my 5th sheet out of the pack of 100 I've bought. And that was since February. Don't be scared of letting the sponges dry out. They do curl up and go weird. But again, hot water just moisturises them and they're flat again. So you can keep them going forever with just a few tricks. Let's make this flood into some colour. Oh, here! Grimsy! A song for Dracula for you.
Is that my one?
Yeah, it's your new Vampire King one that you did this morning. All the unedited raw songs go onto this playlist of mine. So if you don't see me on Friday or Monday, it's because I'm editing songs. Hopefully. Still not convinced that's red enough. Let's try some yellow in this. Ooh, that was one of your songs. It cuts off rather suddenly, mid-verse.
And the Son of God, love born anew, in a tug of war between life and death. Goddess of life and death, they knew, both wanted him with all their breath. Life wants to claim him for her side, death's cold grip she can't abide, and her stands with arms open wide, makes them both his godly brides.
Yeah, I don't recommend any one particular wet palette. I use Army Paints, but that's because they were available to me. I'm not really a fan of the Citadel wet palettes because they're actually designed to degrade over time, and that's deliberate on their part. But yeah, there are some tricks and tips. If you really want some tricks and tips on how to make them last, ask Kate Create / formerly Warhammer Mum. Because she uses wet palettes and she keeps them going and going and going and going and going. She's the reason I know how to keep mine going.
Goddess of life stands by his side, death walks with him, never to hide. In unity they now confide, in Anders their worlds collide. He rules the night and the endless.
Oh, it's the song about this guy, isn't it? That I'm painting, very literally. Yeah. And so with this 16-year campaign has kind of developed into a campaign part 2. Basically, we're doing a campaign where it's about the gods being re-emerged into the world that we've created. And the gods live on the realm with mortals. Although they have realms where their powers reside, they're forced to live on the realm with mortals. All thanks to my god, who is a death god. And the duality god called Blackfox. Yeah, funny enough, that's where my name comes from. And she has a sister called Northern Star, who is the opposite element. The two of them are like Shar and what's that moon goddess's name in Baldur's Gate? Selune and Shar. But my version of Shar is far, far less angsty. She's more lazy. She's like, everyone's like, oh, I'm praying to you, we need this, Death, we need this. She's like, really? I can't be bothered, go away, I'm reading my book. She's the daughter of Anubis in our world. If it requires effort, she can't be asked. Also, I was curious about the magnifier. Oh, this thing. It's. Odin, if you could grab me the link, could you?
Give me a minute. Got to find it.
It's going to be a mega link because it's going to be an Amazon link, and they don't come in short links anymore. Sounds like it. Yeah, we make up these. It starts off as one shots, and like I said, these one shots keep turning into years of campaign.
There it is.
That's not too long for a change. Let's still long for Twitch, but you know, they're usually about 25-mile long links at this point. So this is the magnifier I wear. They come in a various, you know, you may not get this specific one, but they do come in all sorts of designs. Go for the one that fits you best.
I can find the wet palette.
Oh, yeah, can you find the wet palette? Because I think we ordered it around the same time. While I've got Ojin paying attention. What's the wet palette as well then? Okay. There goes my hand again. Not even an effective hand, but this one does have trigger fingers, so... So much orange on my wet palette. I shall be right back, people. I'm just going to wash off the wet palette. I'm trying to think of the other wet palette. Vallejo do wet palettes as well. I'm trying to think of the Australian brand of the one that I'm using. I know Army Painter are over there, but there is an Australian brand. Right, I shall be right back. I'm just going to go and wash the sea of orange.
Be orange.
I return, if that wasn't really self-evident. And at least the wet palette is now less orange, although there has been a bit of patch that's dried there. But that's fine. I've had this particular aqua sheet now for about 3 months. So, you know, I am expecting some wear and tear at this point. So yeah, while this is a blank palette, you can see here, that is an aqua sheet. It goes over the top. These are supposedly the disposable bits. This is the sponge underneath, if I can get it to come up. And this is the bit that holds all your water. These will curl up when they dry out. A bit of warm soapy water will help them last a little bit longer. But yeah, they should, you know, last forever and ever and ever and ever, but they will just get... They curl up and do all sorts of weird things, and all you need to do is soak them in a bit of water for about an hour, or you can just use hot water, which does it instantly. And then they go back to being flat and wet again. Oh, Jin! Stop giggling, you immature person. I know you were. You immature person.
Completely is.
I say that like I don't know what he's thinking. Yeah. Let's start on the wings because we're waiting for the hair to dry. Well, we don't think. Why is it when I'm looking for my washes, I can't find the ones I'm looking for? Well, I guess we're making one then. Where are my metallics? Right, so we're going to use fairy dust, night scales, elven armor, and glitter green. From that range. I don't actually advocate the army painter very much because they are very thin coats, but if you like to paint in thin coats, they're brilliant. I am actually going to make a wash. So, bunch of paint thinner in there. This is going to be for the dark parts of his wings. Raven colour. 4 plops of metallic green. Throw the metallic blue at myself. Four pops of blue. A bunch of black. Or apparently all the black. Can I have the lid back, please? I will now once again be right back while I go and clean out this lid. Also a paint agitator that came out. So glad I haven't put my gloves back on yet. Should have been very messy. Got some black wash somewhere. Yeah. Bit of shake.
Good shake. No balls inside?
Not that one, no. It's a wash. The washes generally don't need them. Although this one probably has a couple in there. Yep. Now we need to see how this has turned out. Counterbalance some black in there now. It's now too black because of the explosive night scales paint.
Horns of war sound through the night. Heimdall's gaze sees every fight. Rainbow Bridge under his care. Through the realms he stands aware. Heimdall watching every star. Guardian close, never far.
I think we need some red, actually.
Strong with eyes so bright. He fights for Asgard's eternal life. Eyes of amber glowing bright, piercing through the endless night. Warriors pass, he sees them all. Heimdall answers duty's call. In the silence there he stands, shielding realms with mighty hands. All who come and all who go, Heimdall's watch they surely know. Heimdall watching every star, guardian close, never far. Protector strong with ice.
Because I'm trying to get that rainbow metallic sheen for some black feathers here.
Can you see? That's the colours out. The first bit of customized headgear I get is cat ears.
Oh, you found the cat ears now on that game, have you?
Yeah, first owl literally gave me cat ears.
He's complaining that the first owl gave him the cat ears on there.
But
Yep,
yeah,
yep.
it's the colour you wouldn't like.
Oh, the pink, I know.
Yeah, exactly.
You're acting like I don't know about the cat ears on that game.
Oh, rabbit ears. What is that?
Yeah, like a sort of metallic oil that has a rainbow sheen to it. It's been a long time since I've done the rainbow colour for the raven. I haven't done it since I painted a raven, actually. And that was a long time ago. So I'm gradually making this metallic wash just for that. One of my key things that I used to do is I used to be able to do a colour shift effect using thin layers of metallic, hard coat, and thick layers of actual colour, because I used to do like Mike does, and a lot of other artists. They do the non-metallic shading. Well, my hand won't let me do that anymore. That doesn't stop me from trying. I am trying to find ways getting back into it. But I accidentally came up on this method of doing colour shift one day when I was painting Tyrion from the High Elves. And the hard coat we coated him with had accidentally gotten contaminated with gold flecks. And it wasn't a lot, it was very, very fine. And by the time I'd realised it was contaminated, it was already on the model. It dried, and it had this interesting effect that the shading we'd done now followed you. It created an optical illusion, which I went, oh, neat! So if you are those that can get into, or are really skilled at, non-metallic shading, and you say that having it shiny undermines, if you can do that like I did with the hard coat and get it to follow, so it doesn't just colour shift, it makes the move, it animates, it doesn't undermine your work, it glorifies it. But it is hit and miss, you've got to be careful. I will find Tyrion again soon, because we have still got him. We did find him again recently. He is in need of, yeah, he's in a box upstairs in some of the minis we have recovered. So he is still around. No, we're getting there. It is definitely getting there. I think it could use some purple pigment though, so where's my shade? Is that the nice dark purple? No, that's too dark. It's a contrast wash. Ooh, lovely. Right, now we need a decent brush to pick it up. There it is, the wash brush. This is why painting is a science experiment, people. No! You were supposed to go in there. Now you're being Anakin. You were supposed to save us, not join us. I hate Citadel offers. I really do. It's a dangerous endeavour now. If this gets too thick, I'll just add more paint in there. There you are, hiding right at the back. Oh, this doesn't feel good. This feels like it's going to be another thick paint that explodes everywhere.
Most likely will be.
Oh, it definitely is going to be. Right.
Boom, explosion.
There's a lot of art going on. I wish I kind of had Mike's thing where I could just put this in and it could mix it for me. There'll be some more black going in this in a minute. It's getting a bit pale. Seems like to be all or nothing with your paints. Yeah, it's because some of them have been left for a while, so the tops have dried up a bit. Plus these are actually airbrush paints, so every so often you've got to check on them. Don't tell me you're... Really? You have half a pot of paint in there, come on. Am I going to get the Abaddon Black if you're not going to behave? Thank you. Look at that threatened use of Abaddon Black. It's like, yeah, I'll behave. Very specific in my black. I need blue black. Closest to that is Abaddon Black. We've got so much paint in there now, it's not a wash.
Loki smile, so wild and free, chaos from his mystery, laughing loud. He spins the wheel, tricks and jokes,
Now, how are we getting?
and reveal.
Hooray! We have our raven blue, black, green, multicolour rainbow thing. Right. Now I need a decent wash brush. But isn't that wash brush? Where's my grey wash brush? That's my black wash brush. Sure, put you back in here. I didn't even... Oh, there you are. No wonder I couldn't see it. This one has not been used. This I know, it's another black one. I've just found the grey one as well. Also put in a rubber thingy. Right. You know, one of these days I'm going to have to write up that D&D campaign. Although it will have to be in 3.5 because that's what we play it in. There's more detail in 3.5 than there is in 5th. I've got nothing against 5th. I just find it a bit oversimplified for my needs. At least the white's easy. I just water that down. I wish the camera could show you what this has turned into. All those shades you saw me mix in are coming up really nicely in a sort of rainbow metallic wash mix now. I have actually created a colour shift wash. Let that side dry before we do the other side. While I remember to do it.
Hydrate chicken breast. surprised now how things thrown at you.
I'm ignoring you, Odin,
Why?
for my own sanity.
You lost that years ago.
For what's left of my own sanity.
You lost that years ago as well.
See what I have to put up with, people?
You enjoy it too much. Yeah, it says everything, doesn't it?
The fires of 97 we were forged. 98 was ours. Oh, those were the days. We set sail digital seas full of the bold. With the spirit of old we rode our ways. Our runes silent now in battles old, but our saga still rings so clear and true. Adventure's new call to all the brave souls, fun for all in our fellowship, join the crew. We are shield maidens and berserkers, living for the game or feel the flame. Sons of fire and daughters of ice, in the longhouses of gaming, oh come share our name, the Lone Wolf Clan. The Lone Wolf Clan. Together we roam the vast digital land. Our camaraderie, our quest after quest, with pixels our
Because I've got so much of it,
sticks in hand.
may as well label it.
They're among the best. We are shield maidens and berserkers, living for the game or feel the flame. Sons of fire and daughters of ice, in the longhouses of gaming, oh come share our name, the Lone Wolf Clan.
I also don't want to confuse it with my null oils I've got everywhere.
On quest after quest, with pixels our allies and joysticks in hand. Join us if you dare among the best. We are shield maidens and berserkers.
You can now see how thin this white is. This is fairy dust from Army Painter. It's so thin it's a wash in its own right. Which is just perfect for these white feathers.
In our hearts, the echoes linger of battles won and legends grand. Write your name and be remembered. Join the saga, take a stand. Oh! Join the saga, take a stand. Join the saga, take a stand. Join the crew.
If I remember rightly, don't Azimar have metallic hair plates?
Yes, they do.
So am I giving him metallic red?
No.
No. So fiery red?
Yes.
Oh, she doesn't have fiery red.
Well, it's the mix between mum and dad. And he makes sure. Make sure he doesn't have his dad's fully blonde hair.
Loki's got a plan tonight, with Kiri by his side, alright. To Midgard they take flight, form a clan in the moonlight. Odin's hero
Yeah, it really wouldn't.
strong, together they can do no wrong.
That's what I was worried about.
Midgard hears the fearless song, Lone Wolf Clan where they belong. Lone Wolf Clan, we stand as one, in the night till the rising sun. Outsiders, but we're on the run. Lone Wolf Clan, we've just begun.
And Chunk and Brad. Brad's sister.
Oh, I promised you I'd show. I'm sorry, Jay. I've just remembered that I promised you yesterday to show him, didn't I? I'm sure you recognise this guy. Or by his diorama, before I reveal him properly. Oh, his diorama's stuck. There we go, right. Ta-da. I know you're a fellow wolf player. And there's what I've been doing to the sword. That's axe. Axe! I'm sorry, Lehman! We had to argue for ages with that. There we go, there, I made it go into focus. So I've done it both sides. So we've already started with axe. We haven't really done more than prime him yet. And there's his sword. Already in the starting phases of being colour shifted.
In the night till the rising sun. Outsiders, but we're on the run. Lone wolf clan, we've just begun.
Where did I just put his diorama? Oh, I put it back. That's alright then. So yes, he is a project I've planned to work on in these streams, but this guy has taken up all my time because the paint is drying pretty quickly on it.
And
Yeah. But yes, I will be getting around to the 30k Lehman Russ. He's on my projects to do. I've also got an Ariel here as well. Don't want to handle her too much because the primer likes to come off now. Got a wood elf Ariel, so she's been primed and, as I like to say, line painted so that it's easier to put in the tones later. I have got her wings around as well, but every time I pick them up the paint comes off, so we're not picking them up right now. It's been so long since I've painted a metal model, I've forgotten how to keep the paint primer on the metal. I think the primers were just different.
In the shadow of the old, where the whispers turn to gold, Lone Wolf clan runs wild and free, bound by tale and ghostly plea. Ancient paths they roam at night, silent figures out of sight, hearts that beat in fierce refrain, lone wolves dancing in the rain. Oh, the stories they would tell. Legends rise and legends fell. Lonely howling to the moon. Echoes singing ancient tune. Through the forest dark and deep, memories and shadows sleep. Clan of lone wolves hear the call, standing strong will never fall. Mystic eyes and fearless souls, where the wild wind always rolls. In their bonds they find their way, Lone Wolf clan will never sway. Oh, the stories they would tell. Legends rise and legends fell.
I think I've gotten the white part of my feathers there. Other than that.
Lonely howling to the moon. Echoes singing ancient tune.
Going to grab the skull white when I want the fairy dust.
Who gamers, do you know what that's worth? Lone Wolf Clan, the best on earth. Join the chat, laugh with mirth. Lone Wolf Clan, home rebirth. Viewers come, they never stray. In our clan, they'll always stay. Even when games like relay, in our hearts they find a way. Ooh, Wolf is a clan on earth. Gaming first, it has great worth. Lost on stream, they'll chat with me, 'cause they know it's meant to be. Discord calls, we're just beginning. Understanding games, we're winning. Streaming love, no more sinning. In this clan, forever green. Games we play, deep connections. Lost in virtual reflections. From dusk till dawn, we have affection. Gaming's our only direction. Lone Wolf Pride, the clan unites. Day and night, the screen ignites. With our friends, we reach new heights. Gaming's our source of delight. Ooh, Lone Pride, the clan unites. Day and night, the screen ignites. With our friends, we reach new heights. Gaming's our source of delight. Ooh, gamers, do you know what that's worth? Lone Wolf Clan, the best on earth.
Wings.
Join the
Oh,
chat,
the white
laugh
bits of his
with
wings done.
Lone Wolf Clan, home rebirth. Viewers come, they never stray. In our clan, they'll always stay. Even when games lack delay, in our hearts they find a way. Ooh, Lone Wolf is a clan on earth. Gaming first, it has great worth. Lost on stream, the chat with me, 'cause they know it's meant to be. Discord calls, we're just beginning. Understanding games, we're winning. Streaming love, no more sinning. In this clan, forever grinning. Games we play, deep connections. Lost in virtual reflections. From dusk till dawn, we have affection. Gaming's our only direction. Gaming's our only direction. Lone Wolf Pride, the clan unites. Day and night, the screen ignites. With our friends, we reach new heights. Gaming's our source of delight. Ooh, Lone Wolf is a clan on earth. Gaming first, it has great worth. Lost on stream, the chat with me, 'cause they know it's meant to be. Discord calls, we're just beginning. Understanding games, we're winning. Streaming love, no more sinning. In this clan, forever grinning. Games we play, are source of delights. Lonewolf is a clan on earth. Gaming first, it has great worth. Lost on stream, but chat with me, cause they know it's meant to be. Discord call, we're just beginning. Understanding games, we're winning. Streaming love, no more sinning. In this clan, forever grinning. These we play, deep connections. Lost in virtual reflections. From dusk till dawn, we have a perfection. Gaming's our only direction. Lone Wolf pride, the clan unites. Day and night, the screen ignites. With our friends, we reach new heights. Gaming's our source of delights. Gaming's our only direction. Lone Wolf is a clan on earth. Gaming first.
Right. Now we let him dry a bit, I think. Squishes rock onto it. Put him up out of the way to dry. Ugh. Right then, his turn now. What colour to do him? Now, it has him a steel grey. Sounds like a wash. Because it's a contrast. Even the grey space is grey in the contrast. What the hell? Give us back our layers, Games Workshop. Rust grey, there it is. Oh, Russ, you're a pain in the behind. I want you to know that. Yeah. Now then, I need my not destroyed one. It's the only one I have left. I can't risk it on your Anders because he destroys all the brushes I put near it. Now the only problem is I can't find my brushes because they're right in front of me. Do you always think with a medium, or do you use water some? I do actually use water a lot. Just in this instance, but my the one's rubbed off. Great. And there goes the one. No, I do use water. I made the mistake of using water on a wash a long time ago. I hardly use this thing, and every time I open it, it stinks. But when I'm making a wash, I now make it with a medium, like airbrush thinner, because at least it only smells like airbrush thinner, not like stagnant water. Yeah, but when it comes to normal paints, I do just use water. Like when you've seen me here on the wet palette, I've just been taking a bit of clean water from my cups over here and putting it into there. But yeah, I use a bit of both. Just use whatever works for you at the end of the day. For me, I end up... There are times where I will not be painting because there's always something wrong with me somewhere, and I had to take 2 years out. Well, it's more than 2 years actually from 2011, wasn't it? 2012. I didn't start painting again until early this year, so I'm relearning a lot of techniques. So we're talking about me having mixed this in 2012. The wash is still good, but it stinks. And I discovered that paint thinner doesn't stink like water. Actually, no, they are not. They really are not. I'll show you. That is a Citadel paint. This is rust grain. They vary in the type. So this one is a layer. So the layers are a medium paint. The bases are really thick paints. And then you get the contrasts and the washes, which are thin coats. Army painters are really thin. They're the same sort. They're water-based acrylics. They are really, really, really thin. But yeah, do watch it with the Citadel paints because they can get really, really thick quickly. Thick now. So this is exactly what I mean here now. It's now too thick that it's eating the detail on this model. It's better to paint up in small thin layers, which is where a wet palette is really handy because you can just put the excess onto it and then just pick it up. I don't know. If you're in a hot location that's not very humid, which the UK can be when it decides to have a heat wave, wet palettes can dry out pretty quickly. Australia, I don't think you guys know what humidity is down there, do you? I suppose it depends where in Australia. I'm sure some places know what humidity is, like the coastline. And maybe the rainforest areas. But yeah, be careful. In a hot climate, these will dry out quickly. So always have a little pot of water to keep hydrating them. Russ is one of the few who doesn't have metallic armour, isn't he? If we're not counting the blue boys. The boys in blue. Yes. Why am I going to talk about Imperial Fist?
Especially considering what
No, no, we are not talking about that heresy. No.
You enjoyed that.
No, no, we are not talking about that heresy. I am handling the temperamental model. We are not talking about that heresy. Oh no, you can show it to me. I am doing nothing. Yeah, well I can't. I'm busy painting Mr. Temperamental. I'm calling him temperamental because he keeps kicking the paint off. It's annoying. He's been scrubbed in soapy water to get the setting agents off, but no, that's not good enough.
So you want me to send the...
Yep. Yeah.
Searching for his love, his
videos on Discord, but it'll be up a bit from all your songs, I expect.
I'm actually looking at them, it's not there. The one I'm leaving for us on Discord is.
I mean, you can have a look on Steam. You may have put it there as well.
He finds her there in the ashes, love's repair. With a whisper, a secret prayer, he gives all for her to care. As he fades, the world ignites in her love, eternal light. Gaia breathes from sacrifice, from the darkness comes the bright. Oh, his heart beats strong and true for a love that he once knew. In the wasteland, hope arises new. She revived the world she knew.
Oh, another thing people might want to keep in their paint arsenal is a thing called Bio Strip. It gently removes paint from minis. You just need them to soak in it for an hour. But only use that with water-based acrylics. I have discovered recently from having to deal with a bad batch of primer. They don't work on oil-based acrylic for our painting.
From the darkness comes the bright. Oh, his heart beats strong and true for a love that he once knew. In the wasteland, hope arises new. She revived the world she knew.
Ah, there it is. Found it.
You have found the heresy, have you?
Yes, Lehman Brothers' last words to Valdor for the end.
Oh dear.
Searching for his love, his cherished light. In the darkest hour.
Oh dear, for who?
Well, I'm not watching it. I'm good.
Battling storms and facing fear.
You'll watch it
Through
later.
the pain, through the tears.
Put it down.
Every step a sacrifice near. For the world his love so dear. Oh, his heart beats strong and true for a love that he once knew. In the wasteland, hope arises
Hang
new.
on, with my... Oh, it is, okay. Yeah, so my light is now starting to fade. Oh well.
Lonely hero wanders far and wide. Desolate world where shadows hide. Searching for his love, his cherished light.
Yeah,
In the
that's a makeup brush. Go away.
hour he'll fight. Battling storms and facing fears. Through the pain, through the tears. Every step a sacrifice near.
So the paint on the back of that was just a little bit thick just now. So that's why I just took another brush to thin it down using some water and brush it back onto the tube.
For a love that he once knew. In the wasteland, hope rises new. She'll revive the world she knew.
seem to be getting rather comfortable in the neck brace now. Taking a couple of days, I'm getting used to it. Also, another painting tip, it's better to do it in small thin layers sometimes rather than one big thick layer. Especially if you've got minis like Lehman Russ here, who is absolutely covered in tiny fine details. Is it actually cold enough for people to need fires today? Exactly. I can smell a firelighter from a mile away. I thought you knew that by now. It's probably next door with their what do you call those things? They're like stoves. Fuel burner stove thing. Probably is a stove, but it's just not a cooking stove. Oh, another thing with Citadel pots, you're probably already aware of it. They like to collect paint in these inner edges and they don't like to seal correctly. So always keep an eye on them. It is a design flaw on Games Workshop end. It's one they've had for years. It's one we've complained about for years. But I'm pretty sure they do it to turn a profit, to make us buy more paint. One of the reasons so many painters actually hate Citadel paint ranges, because you end up buying more paint to replace the paint you don't get to use. one of the reasons I have actually started to keep paint thinner on hand. It's the only way to stop the Citadel paints from clumping up in their pots when they do that weird thing. I can't attest to the airbrush range of Citadel though, because I don't use their airbrush things. I'm afraid I'm a Vallejo girl when it comes to airbrush paints. I would also be using Vallejo for this, but only insists on Citadel. He likes the Citadel paint ranges because they're easy to get hold of. And, you know, he's not wrong, they are easy to get a hold of.
Ravens fly with messages, serpents curl in crevices, 9 realms weave the woven thread, dreams and legends, stories spread. Hear the heart, the pulse of ages, written on the sparkling pages. Sacred tree of destiny holds us in its mystery. Yggdrasil, the world tree, holding worlds eternally. Life and death in every leaf. Feel the power, no relief.
He's had his starter set for years and gotten a couple of others, but hasn't really gotten started yet. He hasn't lost interest, he just hasn't taken the step of actually getting going. Getting to watch people painting. Because when I took my massive amount of years out, one of the things that got me painting again was running into Mike Burns' stream.
The world tree, holding worlds eternally. Life and death in every leaf. Feel the power, no relief.
And I don't know if your Games Workshops do painting lessons. I mean, some of ours here do. They teach you to paint. And Games Workshop have been good for some things over the years. And teaching people to just sit and chill and paint their minis is one of them. As well as, you know, congregate and play the game together. They nurture the culture. Something we're losing. Oh, don't worry about it. I just call that Twitch being Twitch. It does some weird things. Watching Mike is, yeah. Except Mike is probably the key reason I'm back into painting again. I don't know how I ran into Mike originally. I can't remember how I ran into Mike, but it was the best random raiding that ever happened. Right, we're going to let him dry his grave for a minute so I can come over him again. Now let's get his Royal Guards cloaks done, shall we? another thing you're going to notice. Us painters are always, it's like all the time. It hones the bristles on the ends of the brushes. That's what it's about. And for others, it's just a weird habit. For me, it's a bit of both. I don't advise doing it with paint on, though, when they've actually got paint. It tastes horrible. I wonder if that's how I got there. I started watching the Games Workshop streams like the Nova Open. Then I discovered painters. I remember GM Workshop was one of them. Well, I can't remember exactly how I met Mike, but I do remember it was a raid from someone to somewhere. And that watching Mike got me right back into painting despite all of my aches and pains and medical issues. And then Warhammer Mum, as she was called then, told me about these wonderful little gloves that I'm still currently not wearing because my hands are okay at the moment. And suddenly, I could do all the minis again. I was like, hooray! She found a way of me being able to paint again. I also discovered these brushes with the diamond tips. Now, these are the waltz brushes. I don't actually really highly recommend the waltz because they like to soak up a bit too much moisture. But if you're having a hard time with round brushes, look at different shaped brush handles. Or if you can get them, there's like little pen grips that you can push onto them and then stick in place with blue tack and use those. Whites on them done. Let's do the red on this one. It actually needs washing. Where's my wash brush gone? Also, don't leave brushes standing in water because it curls the ends. That's a very common beginner painter problem for beginner painters out there. Where's that? Oh, stinky time. Yes, my ninja mask for stinky washes. All courtesy of that lovely little thing in there. Ah yes, they're just called constriction gloves. You can get them on Amazon. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Oh, now I'm going to go find another red wash. This one's gotten contaminated with gold fleck. As much as I want that to look like silk, where's tomato ketchup contrast gone? It's technical. Technicals are not that weird for it. That sounds like a contrast. Oh, there's a contrast.
And the Son of God luck born anew in a tug of war between
contrasts are just very thick washes. Oh, breathe again. And this one has just proven my point. So this is a contrast that is now not wanting to seal. Let's see if I can get it to pop tight shut. There we go. We're right between the bottom.
Not saying a word.
Mm-hmm. Now my left hand is playing up, so I'm going to have to put a glove back on it, because otherwise it's going to shake him all over the place. And his wash is still not dry enough for me to touch him, so we still can't carry on with him just yet. Alright. Right, now I have a nylon brush here. Nylon brushes, if they start to lose their elastic, which this one is doing, because they should snap back into shape. They've probably gathered a bit too much paint in the bristles, so you just want a little bit of hand sanitizer. So I can stay on the floor, it's rubbish anyway. Alright, just do that and get the paint out of them. So we've got white and grey coming out. There we are, there's Space Wolf's grey coming out of it. So that was causing the bristles on this one to get a bit stiff. But I do not recommend that on a real hairbrush. This is what I was trying to tell Mike the other day, but he kept missing it. When it comes to brushes that are made of real hair, like horsehair, sable, and all the other hair types, you want to use soapy water. But when it comes to the nylon brushes, you actually want to use hand sanitizer. It gets it out so much quicker. Now, what colour am I going to do these bits?
Giant zoo ball that you got.
Oh, don't touch that zoo ball till at least level 60.
What are we looking for?
The book with Lean.
Alright, give me a minute. I'll bring it down.
Oh, it's got...
To go upstairs because there's nowhere to put it. Give me a minute.
You know what, I'm painting these Space Marine things. And he keeps-
Got a bit of paper there with it.
I do not have his bit of paper, it has gone walkies. So I'm looking for a reference right now for Lehman Russ. Oh. Honestly, some of the natural brushes are a must. I've got right here, and you're going to be surprised how tiny this is. This is a Kolinsky. And they're the only ones that come in such fine detail. Right, so there's who we're painting, right there. Okay, so just a darker grey. Okay. The grey coming up, we'll just use the primer. Yeah, when it comes to fine detail, natural hairs are the only ones that come in fine enough, because nylon ones tend to spray at natural levels, at natural fine levels. And I do speak from experience because I've got a fine detail brush here that's nylon because the roots are nylon, and I'm having to use paint to hold it into a tight space, but it gets to a point after about 4 or 5 uses where they just splay. You don't necessarily have to invest in expensive brushes either. So I mean, I've got a Kolinsky, that's possibly the most expensive brush in my range. Golden Maple do a mixture of nylon. These are nylon ones that I've got, but they do have rabbit hair ones that I've got as well. So they come in little packs, affordable packs like this. And you can tell the nylon from the naturals on theirs, because that's the rabbit hair ones there on the dry brush. Except for that small one, that's an Angora goat. But some of these are natural. For example, here these are all sable. This lot, including my really fine detail brushes that I haven't broken in yet. And again, you can get these on Amazon. They're called Golden Maple. Yeah, they are so... The only problem I have with them though is the bristles are a bit long. So it depends on how you like to paint. Do you like the length of the brush, or do you like a short brush? So you're going to have to go through that process as well, of the type of brush that fits your personal style. I'm going to admit I do sometimes like longer brushes because they can get in those little gaps that short brushes just can't, get into. Allowing you to reach that little extra bit of detail. I warned you. You thought you'd attempt it? Well then, since you failed, I told you so.
They get one block this health power.
Told you, wait till you're level 60. I don't know why they give you that particular quest so early in. You don't have the gear, let alone the hit points. They're here trying to avoid this wolf thinking, actually, do I want him black? But no, the wolf is white. Okay. Actually provides a nice contrast from his grey, to be honest.
Carry the she-wolf, cunning and stealth. We'll follow her path in shadows and health. Carrie and her brother Frankie, fierce as fire, a battle eyes that gleam so bright, they turn the darkness into light. Gary running wild and free, she is a wolf of destiny. Gary, wolf of destiny, for the wolf of destiny. Heimdall stands watch tall, no fear. Eyes on the Bifrost sky so clear. Guardian of Asgard, sword in hand. He will protect this mighty land. Horns of war sound through the night. Heimdall's gaze sees every fight. Rainbow Bridge under his care. Through the realms he stands aware. Heimdall watching every star. Guardian close, never far. Protector strong with eyes so bright. He fights for Asgard's eternal life. Eyes of amber glowing bright, piercing through the endless night. Warriors
I have a Grimsy here. I've just suddenly realised it's Thursday and we haven't decided what we're doing tomorrow. But tomorrow we'll be over on the Lonewolf clan for Collab Friday. I may be hosting here. It depends who's going to host on Lonewolf clan. So it's a Collab Friday where we usually play some kind of game. Either we do Fright Night Friday or some other collab thing. This weekend over on Lonewolf clan I will be doing The Witcher on Saturday. So from 8:30 UK time Saturday. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. And then on Sunday I'm probably going to do Beneath the Steel Sky if I can get it to work with OBS. Have we decided what we're doing on Sunday and who's hosting where? Sunday. Friday. Even though I'm the stream team manager technically, I like to let the team decide stuff. Because then it's actually a team effort. And Grimsy's been in charge of the Friday Night / Friday collab for a little while now. He doesn't always do it, nor do we always do Friday collab, because sometimes we just need the time off for health. Oh, you want it to be a Fright Night Friday? Demonologist, possibly then, and maybe Ghost Watchers. Although I am open to suggestions. I don't know if we can find any recent scary games at the moment. The genre has been so badly flooded out with subpar trash. That they've copied the same. It's a case of everyone thinks horror equates jump scares, and jump scares has a place in horror, don't get me wrong, it's just it's not the only part of it. More to a good horror than a jump scare. The psychological aspect of the whole thing. That's coated up there. I don't either. As long as it works. It's pretty much my stipulation. Brown. Where am I brown?
Loki and Thor, they ride the storm to halls of Asgard glowing warm. A clan of Lonewolf with hearts so bold to meet the gods of legends old. Thunder strikes and lightning roars. With every step the magic pours. In the halls where gods reside, Lonewolf clan stands side by side. They become legend to watch them rise amongst the stars into the skies. With hearts on fire they take the stand. The tale of the Lone Wolf clan. Odin greets with piercing eyes. Freya's grace a sweet surprise. Ancient stories echo loud in the presence of the proud. Fenrir growls, but they don't fear. With mighty gods they stand so near. In the land of myths untold, the Lone Wolf clan is brave and bold. They become legend to watch them rise amongst the stars into the skies. With hearts on fire they take the stand.
Yeah, true enough. Find out who works at the moment. Actually, can you do a shout out for the Lone Wolf Clan? Still nowhere near my keyboard. So we're trying to get our main channel, the Lone Wolf Clan, up to affiliate. So dropping us some follows would help us out immensely, folks. It's so that we can carry on doing more charity-focused things, and we need to get it up to affiliate in order to get the charity donate button on it, as well as some other doodahs that, you know, we need for charity stuff. It is a gaming channel, but it's not limited to gaming. We do occasionally arts and crafts on there as well. For example, like today, I'm here doing my painting, but it's being cast out onto the Lone Wolf Clan's YouTube, so that people can catch up on it later on the YouTube. Or if they just prefer YouTube, they can watch it there. At the same time, all of us hosts of the Lone Wolf Clan have our own channels to nurture, so make sure you check out Grimsy as well. He does diamond painting and other bits and pieces.
Loki smile, so wild and free, chaos from
Generally over the weekends you can usually find me hanging out there. Gribsy does Tuesdays and Odin does Mondays. But I'm almost always hanging out there as an admin, usually in the actual Lonewolf clan's login. Because with Twitch channels, you can actually have more than one host if they have their own key, which you can give for a special thing in the channel area, which is pretty nifty for those that don't know that. Nice, light enough yellow to give him a decent blonde hair later, and then wash it down with the smelly red. So those are leather coloured. That's a good question. Where's his backpack? Why is he bought now?
That's not up there.
Right. It's not up there. It's maybe here somewhere. There's his sword. There's his shield.
There's his knife and gun.
There's his accessories.
Is that it? Next to the cloak?
I can see his cloak. I think I've got him on this. Yeah, there we go. I need to check something before I... Right, so he's not... So the model has actually changed since they did that. Unless that's a piece of his... Okay, so we're actually missing a piece of his fluff. Probably because I've put it here as part of the wall. No? No, no, they have actually changed the models. Okay, right, so the fluff is here. And it's no longer where it used to... where it shows it on the model in the book. So he has actually changed since they took a photo of him off the book. There's his cloak. There's his hair. There's his other accessories, which we'll keep there where I can find them. Rather than go white, let's go bone white, which is cream.
you dare among the best. We are shield maidens and berserkers, living for the game or feel the flame. Sons of fire and daughters of ice, in the longhouses of gaming, or come share our name. The lone wolf,
Might be a little bit thin for this bit. Oh wow! Flood of fox!
in our hearts,
Good grief! They go quiet for hours and then suddenly bang!
legends grand. Write your name and be remembered. Join the saga, take a stand.
Wow, my God. 4 times Nightbot.
Join the saga, take a stand.
Some of these are supposed to go off every 15 minutes, some are supposed to go off every hour, and some off every 2 hours. It's like all the timers collided all at once.
We are shield maidens and berserkers, living for the game, oh feel the flame. Sons of fire and daughters of ice, in the longhouses of gaming, or come share our name. The Lone Wolf Clan.
And the answer is, on this cloak, yes, that was supposed to be an axe. However, when I tried to glue the axe on, the axe decided to go launching across the room and we never found it. So, it's such a stupid thing. We could have actually done it as a whole piece. The axe could have actually been on there. But unfortunately they didn't. They decided to give it as a tiny little accessory. And every time I tried to put it in, it just kept flicking off and flicking off and flicking off. And finally, when I tried to put it on one last time, it just went projectiling across the room. It was very annoying. So I hunted down some old minis with the help of Ojin, and we discovered an out-of-use spear in some extra kits that we've got from old 40Ks and old Warhammer before they ruined it. And we discovered a spear. And I cut the top off the spear and added it to the thing, so now he's got a small machete instead. Because no one had an axe small enough. And yes, you would be right in seeing that I am using a brush for horrible jobs to paint this fur, because if I use one of my better brushes, it's just going to shred it. So that's another thing with painters. We never truly, you know, when we say retire brushes, we mean retire them from their original jobs. They just get downgraded to different jobs. So this one used to be a base coat brush. It technically still is a base coat brush, it's just very mangled. So I use it for all kinds of horrible jobs, like green stuff mixing and painting cloaks like this where other brushes will just get mangled. Or terrain. Terrain's another one that mangles your brushes. Nightbot, you can shut up now, please. You've posted that link about 8 times.
In the night till the rising sun, outsiders but we're on the run. Lone Wolf Clan, we've just begun. Secrets whispered in the air, Loki's eyes they always glare. Kiri's growl without a care, strength and cunning make the pair. Underneath the stars so bright, they will
And as I was saying earlier, in case there's any other beginner painters around, when it comes to the shades like white and black, do not paint straight in at those colours. It's okay to base coat at those colours, sure, but don't paint straight in. Tone up gradually or tone down gradually. In the case here, for example, his cloak is a white wolf. He's got a white wolf on his belt. It's the head of the same wolf, I think. Come in an off colour. So in this case, I'm doing an off white, which is bone white, which is more of a cream than a white. And then what I will do later is wash in a lighter brush. So I'll probably use skull white in this instance. I don't know what's its current name. Skull white. You've got the chart over there.
White Scar.
So White Scar is the current name of the citadel. Old white. Skull white. It's now White Scar. So I'd make a wash out of the White Scar by, you know, just taking a blob, putting it on here, adding some water and thinning it out. And then I'd use that. Or I'd gently, another way is to paint it like this. Come in with something like Seraphim Sepia or non-oil even if you want a darker look. But make sure that you thin them out a bit because even the washes can be a bit thick. And then get them in as a contrast so that they get on those little gaps once the paint's dried. And pull up the lighter parts, and then you can come in with a fine detail brush and then brush from the side. So you're using the side of the brush instead of the tip of the brush to get just pull up the details. Which I might be able to show you. Yeah, I can probably show you on his hair in a minute because I'm going to do his blonde hair. So let me just finish base coating this wolf into his creamy white. And with blacks, don't come in at black. Come in at a tone up. So come in on a grey. And basically use the dark greys and then wash it down with non-oil so it gives the black effect. So you have a dark grey that is then pulling up a black contrast with the non-oil. Which I'll be showing you on this because these bits are black on the model. Right, so we have yellow hair. Seraphim Sepia. There we are. It's a wash brush, so this is an okay wash brush. This is supposed to be blonde hair, for example. You just do that. It pulls up all those neat little details. Don't want to do too much because too much of it can then drown out the details. But don't be scared of picking it up with your brush and then just moving it somewhere else, which is what I've been doing here. Because he's done it to me here, where the brush has become too soaked and you couldn't see the detail here just now. Just do that and just gently brush it in and let it settle. So you can see his braids there now. And it just does that highlighting for you. It takes out the hardest part of the work. So this is why washes are your friends. Actually, is this wolf? Yeah. There we are, there's his wolf. It's supposed to be a white wolf, right? But I'm going to do him as a creamy brown because I prefer a slightly darker contrast. Now if you do get too much, just scrape it along the edge of your paint pot, or if you've got a wet palette, just, use your wet palette as a way of getting it off your brush. Come in. We're making a brown wolf now. Seraphim Sepia is a sort of creamy brown.
Who gamers, do you know what that's worth? Lone Wolf Clan, the best on earth. Join the chat, laugh with mirth. Lone Wolf Clan, home rebirth. You is coming, never
I
stray.
used to be a pro painter, but I am not going to say that I'm in a pro painting crew now. I hang out with a pro painting crew, but I am not a pro painter level anymore because I've been out of it too long. So I'm back down to hobbyist amateur. But I still remember a lot of the tricks. So, if you are hanging out on a painting, don't be scared to ask painters questions. We love them. Now I know the tricks, but I may not be able to do them at the moment because I am still getting back into the swing of it. So I will share what I know. If you get a pro painter, don't be scared to ask. Not all of us are like, ooh, trade secret. Some are. but not all of us. Vast majority of us actually want to teach you. A bit better? Oh, Botrix really is on a yell out roll all of a sudden. Yeah, that's fine. I prefer you guys let me know this. You know, obviously the music's actually there for you guys more than me. Yeah, as I was saying, washes are your friends and paint tones higher than you intend. So if you're painting black, use dark grey. And then use Nuln Oil to make it black. So you get the contrast of the black on a grey. If you're doing white, do an off-white, like a cream or off-white. You know, it's not quite white, it's more like a pale, very pale grey, but almost white. You can use washes as the contrast to pull up the details, so the wash does all the hard work for you. It's still not fully dry yet. That actually works to my advantage right now. Because it means it lightens up the wash for me. But it's not ideal. Means I've got to keep washing the brush before it goes back in that paint pot. Turned it into a creamy brown now. It'll allow me to give it a lighter wash later and tone it up. I've seen quite a bit of magic what washes can do but now. And it's still it's witchcraft. It's artist witchcraft. Right. Let's find my light brown. There it is. Just wow, with my bots, they were quiet for hours and now they won't shut up. There it is. Oh wow, okay, so here we are. This is the trouble with Citadel paints. even though this was correctly sealed, because it hasn't been used for a few days, it's already started to clot around the top. You can thin these out with water, but we know what I'm going to do.
You're going to put some balls on there and give it a good shake.
Airbrush thinner.
And balls.
Probably about a third of a paintbrush teaspoon. Don't know if I put... I did. There's paint agitators in there. Honestly, these things, it doesn't matter what paint you're using, these paint agitators are a must. Because they can make, especially the Citadel paints, last a heck of a lot longer. Sounds like there's about 4 in there already, so I've obviously had trouble with this paint pot before. And the only reason I'm using paint thinner as opposed to water, I mean, if you've got kids, water is obviously an optimal thing. 3 guesses where I get everything else so far. You can get them from most modelling shops. They will do them. Just call them paint agitators. They'll know exactly what you mean. But failing that, and I'm not trying to advertise Bezos. I'm really not. But Amazon. Bezos doesn't pay me enough to advertise him. But unfortunately, it's Amazon. He hasn't even given me a Twitch payout yet, so yeah. He doesn't pay me enough. Right, this is Snakebite leather, which I know in the Citadel range has changed name. But in the Valeggio, it's still Snakebite leather. Actually, it might be just right for Anders' hair up there to give him that orange tinge. Sure that brush is robust enough to get in there. Okay, let's look at one of my less reputable brushes. That's a retired 2, which is now basically an 8. Yeah, there we go. My 0, which used to be a round brush, but now it's not very round. Robust enough for what I need it to be. Luckily, we are still only base coating Lehman at this point, so accuracy is not an optimum. Oh, I may have actually lost this aqua thing because It's getting to the point where it's getting grainy. Oh, but it goes to your YouTube. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It absolutely goes to my YouTube. Not all of them end up being YouTube worthy, because unfortunately, you know, with Twitch being Twitch, we do get undesirable comments, and I mean, I don't need to go too deeply into it, but they start to use really nasty words that are derogatory towards people of certain skin tones, and they do it with aim to get streamers banned, and it's horrible. So I am always on the watch for that. That's why we lost our text-to-speech here, because they were abusing it. They did the same to my friend Trickster. I don't get the mentality of why some people feel it necessary. It's, oh, well, you know, you're doing better than my friend or me, so I'm going to come in and try and get you banned. And it's like, come on. Twitch shouldn't be holding us, you know, the streamer, accountable for everything our viewers do. I mean, if we're a streamer, for example, who's saying to go hate on someone for whatever nonsensical reason to go hate on someone, then yeah, you know, you should hold them accountable as the ringleader. But when you've got them coming into your chat just to abuse your, you know, functions and stream, or, you know, like I've had on some games, for example, where they find out you're a streamer and they immediately start using the N word just because they can. And it really does annoy me. They're wrecking people's livelihoods, and in some cases even lives, very literally. There's some pretty dark stories about streamers out there, about what's happened to them thanks to people like that. And I'm not naming names on purpose, because I don't want to be that ringleader type, and two, because I don't want to give them any recognition. Yeah. It is. It really is. At least his hair done before I call an end to tonight's stream, because I am looking at the time. It is almost 6:30. I'll be going on till 7, so another half hour yet. His wings are still not really ready for me to do much to them just yet. I feel that they're still a bit damp. So we'll carry on with Lehman and the cloak things. Speaking of the cloak things, where is that Seraphim Sepia that got... Right, it's not that one. We've got Seraphim Sepia in here. Hopefully, this is it. Yep, that's the one. So this Seraphim Sepia that I've just been looking for actually has gold flecks in it because it got contaminated. This is actually the legendary Seraphim Sepia that started my whole colour shift thing. Because we want to give him a cream undercoat on this. suckles in those little gaps and gives him a moving cloak. I'm gonna move my tea. So I can put my wet cloaks over there out of the way. Helps when little hairs don't get on your cloaks. Actually, do you stream at all yourself, Jag? Okay. Because you know what was going to come if you do, don't you?
How was that?
Let's see if I can do this correctly today. Yeah, good luck getting the Twitch commands to work today. That's what I'm testing. And it didn't, did it? Oh, okay.
What have they broken? There we go. So anyone on my channel isn't already following Mike Moans, please drop him a follow. He is good people. Okay, right. Stinky wash time now. Now it can have its silk metallic flex look. So I take it the raid.
I haven't raided yet. Got at least 25 minutes before I raid out. Where did my... I am hopeless today. I really am. I literally just put it into wash and I'm like, where's my wash brush? In the wash! Now I've lost the stinky wash. There it is. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of that when I type in the commands lately. Getting really red now. Ooh, it's so stinky. It's getting so stinky it's going past the filter. Yeah. if I can breathe for now. I've not got any more red to do today. Right. Axe. Oh. Do I have to? Colour out. Oh yes, I can. I don't wanna. Way too thick. It needs thinner. I know I can hear Mike lurking there going, you should be doing more non-metallic metals. How many times do I have to keep telling you? Tough. I have metallics. I'm going to use them. I am capable of painting with non-metallics. I know I am, but I'm not confident in it yet. Oh, there is some negativity in the painting space. There's some very elitists out there. But if you're hanging out with the Mike Moans crew, you won't find us. We tease each other, sure. Like cheating with airbrushing. But we all acknowledge that airbrushing is actually a thing. And we tease each other about not airbrushing. Because I do both airbrushing and painting with this. But I often tease Mike about airbrushing, and then he'll tease me about cheating, and it's good. It's all good fun. The problem is you will get elitists who take that seriously, and it's like, no, they're both valid forms of art. They're both very, very valid. And then there's the other problem that there is some crowds, like the D&D crowd, are very elitist. You've got to paint D&D only, and then some other crowds are Warhammer only, and you have to paint only Warhammer. And then you get the Mike Moans and our little gang. If it's a mini, we paint it. It's about having fun and chilling, and for some of us, making money too, painting them. Because Mike does it on a professional level, for example. Quite a few of us in the Mike Moans gang do it on a professional level. I used to. I don't anymore. I do it on a hobby level now. I'm not confident that I will ever be back up on a professional level because my body is slowly failing me. But hey, I'm still having fun doing it, and I decided I'm just going to share that with people. And if I can help some people get into the hobby and make it live that much longer, then yay! That is to me, you know, passing on a debt I owe this hobby. This hobby got me out of a very dark space in my life. I was going through a really, really bad depression. If it wasn't for painting these minis and things, I don't think I'd have survived my teen years. So, you know, although Games Workshop have some stodgy practices, and I'm going to openly say that, at the same time, if it wasn't for Games Workshop getting me into the mini painting in the first place, I mean, I used to do other kinds of models for my dad, like boats, but it was Games Workshop that got me into these. And it was me getting into these and finding the community behind that kept me alive. And that I feel I owe to the gaming community. Even if that was nurtured by Games Workshop, they still nurtured something positive there, in my opinion, and they should be recognised for at least that. I wouldn't really say that. I don't know how to explain this. I don't find happiness in it so much, as I find that it makes me stop worrying about things I can't control. So it's good for my anxiety, because I have a very weird relationship, because I have ADHD, which means you're always panicking about things you don't know what's important. Then you have anxiety, where everything is important and you can't decide, and it causes anxiety attacks. And then anxiety then triggers the depression, where nothing is important anymore and you don't want to live anymore, and other dark thoughts. And then when you put in ADHD into all that mix, it's hard to put into words. It's not hell on earth, but it's a very confusing mess. Oh, there we are. I've abused this poor brush. It has been sat in the water and now the ends have curled. This is why you don't leave them sitting in water. I'm so glad that this is actually a retired wash brush. Well, a toned down wash brush. It still gets used on models like him up there. Oh, my wrist's getting itchy. I'm going to put these to one side for now, so I've got less brushes up here. Why did I just put Lead Belcher in front of her? I haven't finished with Lead Belcher yet. Just wanted to make some more room on my desk. Facing these in silver because I intend to give them a platinum look later, so they'll have a light gold wash over them later. I'm still hearing Mike in the back of my mind going, Fox, do non-metallics. I really am. I can hear him there cheering me on mentally. One day he will drag me into a Gamescom and he will go, Fox, I'm going to teach you how to not do non-metallics, and you are not leaving this room until you can do them. And then he will proceed to make me learn that wrestling game that he loves so much. I love building Lego, but once I've got built a thing, it's kind of over, and I don't have the creativity to... Yeah, I know that feeling with Lego as well. He is! Yes, he absolutely is. That's why I'm teasing him. I know he's lurking because I can see him in my lurk account. So, yeah, that's one of the things with admin screens, you can see who's lurking. I know I can do non-metallics. Mike knows I can do non-metallics. Mike will proceed to drag it out of me if he can get the opportunity. I think that's gonna look good in blue. I don't think it will. No, I'm not going to do that in blue now. I've shaken and opened my blue for no reason whatsoever. I'm going to change colour on that. That's going to be gold now. I know what could be blue. The spikes of his sword. Give him a nice ice blue. Now, there is a reason his sword's not been stuck onto him. It's not because, unlike Mr. Angel Dude up there, it keeps falling off. It's because I haven't stuck it to him yet. And the reason being is it will cover a lot of the detail I want to get at. So that's another thing you will see with me as I part paint, or I modular paint. So you'll sometimes see me painting stuff still on sprues. Sometimes you will see me doing, as I'm doing now, part paint pieces before I attach them. Now, a lot of painters out there do actually go, well, if you can't see it, I don't paint it. Yeah, there's merit in that, I get it. But the thing is, I'll know about it. All of my miniatures, I'll know if I haven't painted something. And it will bug me. And bug me. And bug me. And bug me. And keep saying that over and over until it's annoying. And you will get where I'm going with this. Yep. There are some minis where I won't, like say a rhino. If I don't have to paint the inside of those tanks, I won't. But if they're going to be opened up like Ojin sometimes likes with his tanks, then yeah, I'm going to paint every tiny, tiny miniature piece of detail even if you can't see it. Because I will know about it. This thing really is Soul Reaver from Legacy of Kain, isn't it? Now, I'm looking really closely at the detail. The skull's on there. Games Workshop. Don't think us Legacy of Kain fans don't know about this.
And the son of God looked born anew in a tug of war between life and death. Goddess of life and death they knew, both wanted him with all their breath. Life wants to claim him for her side. Death's cold grip she can't abide. Understands with arms open wide, makes them both his godly brides. He rules the night and the endless realm, inheritor of death's dark helm. Vampire king with a mighty roar, forever love, forevermore. In the moonlight, his eyes they gleam, ruler of a darkened dream. Life and death, a single team, a powerful force it may seem. Goddess of life stands by his side. Death walks with him, never to hide. In unity they now confide, in angers their worlds collide. He rules the night and the endless realm, inheritor of death's dark helm.
And the Son of God looked born anew in a tug of war between life and death. Goddess of life and death they knew, both wanted him with all their breath. Life wants to claim him for her side. Death's cold grip she can't abide. Understands with arms open wide, makes them both his godly brides. He rules the night and the endless realm, inheritor of death's dark helm. Vampire king with a mighty roar, forever
Base pointed there. What I'm over here to do now. And instead it acts like a wash. Of course it does. Why would it do something simple like paint the wolf red?
of the darkened dream. Life and death, a single team, a powerful force it may seem. Goddess of life stands by your side. Death walks with him, never to hide. In unity they now confide. In Anders their worlds collide. He rules the night and the endless realm, inheritor of death's dark helm. Vampire king with a mighty roar, forever love, forevermore.
Cold winds blow, the end is near. Whispers trace the skies in fear. Broken shields and shattered dreams. Echoes of forgotten screams. Mountains fall, the rivers bleed. Darkness spreads a timeless creed. Heroes rise to meet their fate. Destiny we can't escape. Right now
Right, so although it's a little early, because I am now waiting for paints to dry, I won't be able to do any more detail. Shut my music up. Right. So the only person that's on for Gosh is Biggest Bennis. So I'm going to take you over to Biggest Bennis because we're all doing for the same fundraiser. You'd be surprised how many bigger streamers I know. It's quite shocking. So yeah, I'm going to go call it quits now because I can smell my stew burning. I also need to wash up this before the paint's dry. I need to let paints dry. I will probably be back tomorrow with no problem. You can always bug me on Discord as well if you want any painting tips. Same with Mike. Or just, you know, head into the Mike Moans Discord, Cult of Creativity, and ask there. We'll all share our tips. So yeah, so I'm going to carry on with the trend of grading out to people that are Gosh streamers at the moment. So this is Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital. We do also do Starship for those of you in Oz. So I'm just going to call that up because it should be Team, if I remember rightly. Team. If you have a look at that profile there that both Nightbot and Botrix have yelled up, I was fairly sure I only had it on Botrix, but okay. That will take you to all the causes we're currently supporting on Tiltify, and that does include Starship Foundation, which is their version of Great Ormond Street Hospital. Does the same thing. Helps children with various childhood illnesses that, you know, specialist care can't be gotten anywhere else. So I'm going to take you over to Biggest Bennis. He's an LGBTQ streamer. And he actually comes up with some awesome games, and Ben himself is pretty darn awesome, if I do say so myself. I'm sorry that I am taking the art crew out to a game stream. It's not usual, but it is only for September while we run the Gosh campaign. If I can't find anyone on Gosh that's streaming, then yeah, I'm going to, you know, immediately default to our usual gang, which is Moko Maid, Reaper's Miniatures, Berserker Bro, among many others. I'm sorry if I haven't mentioned you. There's quite a few of you online tonight. So yes, I would normally go out to those. So I'm going to send you over to Biggest Bennis, and I will see you on the Lonewolf clan tomorrow for the collab streams. Me and Gribsy will discuss who's hosting where and what games we're going to play when we find out which games are working. And over the weekend, I will also be on Lone Wolf Clan, 8:30 p.m. UK time. It does actually tell you on the schedule over there in your own time zones. I will be doing Witcher 3 on Saturday, and then it's Randoms Games Night on Sunday, where I will be doing, I don't know, a random game, but definitely Beneath the Steel Sky if I can get it working. And then Monday, it's RTS Monday with Ojin from 2:30 UK time, and then 7:30, I think it is. Correct me if I'm wrong, Grimsy. Either 7 or 7:30 p.m. UK time. It's Grimsy's Corner. So, and then I'm back here again Wednesday and Thursday for painting. So I will see you soon. Have a good weekend if I don't see you before, and if I see you tomorrow, see you tomorrow. Have fun, folks. Stay safe, stay well, and remember, there's always our Discord channel if you want to go hang out there. Bye for now.